Hello everyone, how is everyone doing today? Hey Raven, hey Jackhammer, how y'all doing? Woo! I'm gonna guess take that as you're doing well, hopefully. Good, that's good to hear. Let me just fix up my audio stuff. There we go. Okay. Alright, so today we're going to be doing a little bit of the Since We're Active Rituals, or at least get started. No, me, I'm gonna completely forget about this. Ma'am, do you mind? I am talking! I'm talking! Yeah, hopefully this will be a lot of fun. Anyways, I'm still, like, deciding in my head if I want the sim to be, like, me, quote-unquote, like Murasaki, or do I just want to make a random sim? What do y'all think? Yeah, Raven, I do. Oh my gosh, he jumped off this time. Did he land okay at least? Good lord. Cats are crazy. It's got something else. I think I'm just gonna, make myself. I think that's just the best thing to do. Her pronouns? Oh, right. He landed- he landed on his- oh gosh. Oh gosh, cats are something else. I swear. They're just something else. Anyways, let's see. So Rags to Riches, those you don't know, basically you start out from nothing, $0, nothing, nada. And you can't work a job. So basically, you start from nothing and try to make something of yourself. And you can do this throughout generations and stuff. Like, I'm still trying to go defecating on his face. Just went, whop! I just realized you guys can't see what I just did in my hands. I talk with my hands so much, and half the time I forget none of you can see what my hands are doing. Like, none of you. So, I guess what we could do is, since we're doing, like, me with VTubing, we could do the entertainment stuff. Like, I have the high school, I think it's from the high school pack. Or you can do the live streaming. I think we're gonna do that. So let's see, probably want to do, like, celebrity. Yeah, world famous celebrity. Also, I have it modded. Because Sims 4 without mods is boring as fuck. And if you disagree with me, you're wrong. I'm right, you're wrong, shut up. Okay. Gamer, obviously. Talentless, that sounds about right for me, honestly, but I don't want to pick it. What's she mean? Oh, okay, they look chic? Oh, I really don't know what that means. Jackhammer, I think my boyfriend has played with that mod a lot. He loves it. Drew, if you're here, isn't that one of the mods you play with a lot? Might be busy right now, who knows? Yeah, if he's here, he'll say something. He'll say something. In the goblin? What goblin? Like, are we talking D&D goblin? Practical, I think that sounds right.
Giebs be quonk. Shmishy yo-yum.
You're sorry, but what? 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 Raven, get the fuck out of my chat. Fuck! God damn it! You know what's funny? You know what's so funny? To my knowledge, you're the first person to finally make a decent nuts joke in my chat. No, Drew, he's fine! Drew, he's fine! Drew, he's fine! Drew, he's fine! He's fine, Drew, he's fine! He's a friend, he's fine! Oh, I thought you, like, full on, like, oh, no, that was only one message. I don't know why. I full on thought you, like, banned him. My bad. But Drew, we were talking about modded Sims. Isn't one of the mods you use where, like, there's the Grim Reaper and stuff, you can kill people? I think Jack Cameron was talking about it. Oh yeah, that mod. Let's do nerdy. Okay, I can't make Sims to save my goddamn life, so... Oh, I'm a pale motherfucker. Go with that. That's the easiest, I think. I think that kind of fits close. You're unpredictable. So you might as well change your name to Lightning then. Ha ha. Yeah, I think that's close. I think that's pretty close to my model. I'm like looking over my model and she's looking away. I'm like, wait, no, stop it. She doesn't know I'm watching. Drew, everyone knows you're always watching. Drew's always watching, everyone. Always watching. I hate how this is so pink. I really wish it was more purple. I hate how pink it is. I genuinely do. Presents known, presents made. I'm watching you, Wazowski. This is more purple. We're gonna go with that. Yeah, we're gonna go with that. Raven. No. Alright, okay, I was like, is that part of my, is that my screen or is it like something else? Oh, fuck! No. I'm bald! It's what they hire me for. Drew, I don't know how to tell you this. You're not getting paid. I don't pay you. Oh. You said something good. It's been over 3 years, Drew. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you kind of knew. My bad. I thought you knew. I may allow this. He's like, oh, I'm not getting paid. Well, then fuck this. Wait, what those earrings do? Wait, look at that. What those earrings do? There's just Sims updates, so things are probably broken.
Ooh.
That's just okay. Cute. Yeah, those are cute. I just really also need to. I love doing that. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I love it though. Yeah. Well, actually, you gotta clarify there. You're gonna have to clarify. What? Which time? That's cute. Okay. That's kind of cute. We're looking cute. We're looking fancy. No. Yeah? I'm not digging that shirt. Yeah, the pudding's yummy. No, wait, no, 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 no! No, don't you fucking dare. God damn it! How does it work? It does work. Maybe. That's cute pants and one different top. Yeah, one different top. That's kind of cute. Okay, just change the color of paint. Yeah, that's cute. Or is it on white? White's better. Okay. Dean's. I don't know what Dean's servers are. Wait. Fuck! just gonna shut up. Don't you fucking say it, Raven. Don't you fucking say it. Drew gets paid in cuddles every night. Look at these shoes. What the fuck those shoes do?
Oh.
Yeah, got lag. Drew's my boyfriend. For those of you who do not know, Drew is my boyfriend. Yeah, you damn right, Drew. Boy, I liked it better when everyone didn't know and you were cuddling to someone. Hey, Drew, hon, we gotta break up for the meme now. This is a joke. Raven, professional, can confirm he is a professional idiot. Yours not work or something? Or is it the, what? Why is it, like, let me paint my fingernails. Okay, or don't, bitch. Whatever. Fine. Let me paint my goddamn fingernails. I just realized I never gave her makeup. Pleasure to meet you all. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, I think it looks good. Alright, and that's one outfit done. I actually mean color, obviously. Purple. Obviously. Mostly green because it's also part of my design. Music.
Oh!
Like electronic. DJ. Hip hop. There we go. Alright. Meow, I need you to be quiet. Ma'am! I need you to be quiet. I like baking. For those of you who don't know, I actually ski IRL. I know how to play piano. Ask you to cease and desist. Ma'am, I'm gonna have to ask you something. What the fuck is that outfit? Ma'am! I'm not gonna answer you, Raven. I know what you're trying to do, and I'm not answering you. Fuck. Manu129, thank you for the follow! Welcome to the Noodlepoodle family. How are you doing today? Raven, have you seriously not... Raven. I thought you were following me already. Good to be here. Ah, welcome, welcome, welcome. No, it's a no for me. Lips aren't working. Nah. Wow, I see how it is, Raven. I see how it is. I think that's good for now. Don't need accessories. I mean, no, we could do a necklace. I thought so too. Oh, you actually. That happens. Don't worry. Oh, this? That's a nice necklace. Okay. Still here for the goat scream? I'm not surprised. The fuck? Can I get rid of these? Okay, I guess I can't. Is it part of this? No, it's not. Why is it? Must be the shoes. Is it the shoes? It is the shoes. Sims content. Oh, that's good. I'm glad they sent you here. No. That works. That works. That's cute. That works. Yeah. Oh, Raven, thank you for the posture check. I need that. I was leaning. I was leaning. No, no. Very funny. No, I don't think I'm gonna end up looking like your grandma for cats. I hope not. But yeah, thank you. That works. Okay. I like that better. Yep. Oh god, why is it so shiny? Finish my job here. Okay, Raven. See you, Raven. Thank you for stopping by. That's cute. Not with the socks and shoes, it ain't though. Which office is? The party. Okay. Hey Kyokuo, how you doing? You're good, glad to hear. Important. Don't forget what I told you, it's important. Okay. Oh, oh, Raven, you're not actually leaving? Oh, you are leaving. Okay. I'll see ya. That's a cute top, but like I would never wear it. Oh, what the fuck? Yuko! Thank you for the subs! And my sub alerts is still broken even though I time check and it's fine! Hulk Hogan's death. Oh, Poodle Hulk Hogan. Yeah, that sounds about right. Thank you though for the subs! Love ya!
Oh.
See, no.
Ooh.
Cute. Yeah, that's cute. I like to have the white. I think it looks really good with the white. Let's see. Yeah, that works. Okay. Oh, those are foxes. Okay. I was like, what are those? I guess we're probably gonna go with leggings there. No, not like that. Alright, not really seeing anything I like, so we're just gonna roll with it. What do you have? Probably too much. This cute, matches my colors. Let's see. I'm not really sure. I really like the different hairs there are. That's like, I guess if you want to say like category CC, I would say the hair. Because honestly, I feel like Sim's hair is lacking so much. But I don't, like, in Jura, I don't have a favorite piece of CC. Oh, wait, what if I wore a beret? Wait, yes! We're slaying today. Never mind, I found my favorite piece of CC, it's the beret. For collecting, for real, the lavender. Lavender's my favorite color. That works. Alright, and then just change shoes out. What should we do for the shoes? Oh, wait. Yeah, that works. I think that looks better. Okay. Let's look accessories. Da 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 da. I just realized I don't think she has ears right here. It's fine. Necklace, and then I think we're set. Yeah, okay. So we got everyday. Got formal. Got athletic. Got sleep. Got party. Got swimwear. We got hot weather, and we got cold weather. I think that looks good. I think that looks good. Alright, let's go. Why is there like a huge space there? Okay, anyways. Now, since we're like gonna pursue like streaming, we're gonna start in spring. That's just the easiest to start in. Pretty much the one everyone starts in unless they're doing something specific. I'm debating if we do Del Sol Valley, or San Myshuno. Because San Myshuno, the apartments are fucking cool. But Del Sol Valley, like, fits with the whole streaming aspect. No, Raven literally just DM'd me on Discord, sending me a gif with these nuts, and I just said fuck you to him. Well, no, it's Rags Richard, so I had to start on an empty lot. Who's around this lot? Alright then. First things first. Your snitches. Wow. You know what I say about snitches? They'll get stitches. So we're gonna bulldoze a lot. There we go. Gonna start with nothing, and I'm gonna do the only thing we're allowed to start with really is a trash can. Uh-oh. I swear to God, Sims 4, if you crash on me. Okay. To a nuclear shelter. Oopsies! This works. There we go. We go back here. Control Shift C. We know, testing. Sheets true. Then money set 0. Or is it just money 0? It's money 0. Okay. Alright, so without further ado, let's get started. First things first, we gotta look around for stuff. Usually there's like some trees here that will grow. I guess they'll grow eventually. What else is there around here to get? Where's there stuff I can get? Where's the stuff that I can get? Da-da-do. Here we go. Yeah, not grab the street. No, it's just over. Fuck. Wait, here we go. Dig. No, fuck off, Meredith. You put on your gay socks for nothing? No! Why did your advisor just leave right before you get there, though? Like, what the heck? I don't know, advisors are so hit or miss. They're either amazing or they're awful. No in between. I don't know yet. That's just dumb. Okay, I think that's everything around here. Looking like it. Other than plants that haven't grown yet. But yeah, looks like that's it. Okay, so let's take a look at our inventory here. Screw you guys, I'm going home. Let's extract the fossil. Okay, and so that way we got a little money. Sir, can I help you? Dawn, can I fucking help you? Why is he just standing outside my house answering screw me? Oh, it's a- oh, fuck. Hopefully it's not too bad. I don't need to go. Let's see. What should we do? Main thing, so I guess we're gonna- let's go travel somewhere. Go to the park. Maybe we can get some stuff there. Alright then. Ugh, sorry, checking something. Alright, let's see. Anything around here I can get? Yeah, make sure you say drive, Jack. Or is there literally nothing in this park I can get? Was it just a waste of my time? I'm sorry, I think this might have just been a waste of my time. But you know what isn't? Wait, I just fully remembered! I can fucking steal stars! So let me just let me just grab some of this. I'm not doing anything illegal, I swear. Oh, I guess I could place them on my lawn, so. So there's literally nothing around here for me to get. Oh wait, no, here we go, here we go. Oh, it's not in my game. Lovely. Let's head back. Head back home. Alright. Actually, no, I'm gonna go place these on my lot. I think that would help. I think that would work. Then we're also gonna open up this time. Fill that up. Pick it up. Fill that. Fill that. That. The railroad parts, because I'm not gonna need this ever really. Okay, now can I go here? And now can I place them? If, like, they'll sell. Alright, now let's go here. Can I sell them like this? I fucking can! Yeah! Fuck yeah! Okay, do be gay, do crime, y'all. Alright, let's, I got some money, so let's build a small little house here. Be like that. Door. There we go. Okay, let's grab ourselves a mini fridge. We can put a microwave on top. Why did I get the most expensive stuff? Wait, no. I don't want to get the most expensive stuff. Mini fridge. Put that there. There we go. Be gay! Do crime! And then we're just gonna grab a countertop here. There we go. Grab a bed. That there. Let's grab a toilet and a shower. Actually, a toilet and a sink. Toilet. Sink. Put that right there. Be gay to crime. There we go. Did that there. Alright, so that's all, pretty much all the essentials, actually. I'm gonna go ahead and move this over here. Well, I just realized I do not have a mailbox. Come on, Sims, you can do it! There we go. Oh, well. Alright, then we'll go with that. Then we'll get, very quickly, a light. Just an itty-bitty light. One of these. Boop. Okay. And then, let's see, what should we get here? Yeah, actually, no, you know what we're gonna get? We're gonna get some planters. Yeah, we're gonna get some planters going so we can start planting and selling stuff. I feel like that was good. 50 or 200. So those are worth the same. This is worth less. But I can just plant in the ground, so what am I saying? We'll save that money for now. Alright. You know what I do? Oh, you know what I do need to get? For the mods? Where is it? That's not it. Do I click on you to do it? I do! No, I don't. There we go. Okay. And it'll take me a bit to get this upgraded, but yeah. So, let's see. With the money, I'm gonna see how much I can expand this. There we go. That's all I was about to expand it. So, let's go here. Alright. And then, see if there are any crops around here I can grab. Or, like, anything that's grown I can get. Actually, just go ahead and view these so we can get them in, like, our notebook. If I remember correctly, you can get them in that. Oh, and there's the welcome wagon. Do that. Close all that. Close all that up, and then we'll go ahead and get my neighbors in. To my very humble abode! Like, my very, very humble abode. Oh, never mind. Okay, bye then. Okay, where would there be tons of crops I can get? Oh, I know where there's tons of crops I can get. It's, purchase. What is it again? Oh, here we go. Hit this one. It's this one. Charge rent at like 16,000. No, let's not do that. Go here. I think there should be tons of stuff. At least stuff we can grab here. I don't know about seeds, but stuff at least. Livre. Okay. What can I get around here? Well, I actually gotta wait a minute because they're gonna like, grow. But there is a fish. Okay. Go fishing. Want me to fish? No, you're not. Oh, I can. I can. Let's go fish. Let's go fish. Go fish. I'll look around for stuff. And when you're done fishing, you can search that. It's like I figured it'd be a little too crafty for her. Oh yeah, okay. Hide an item. We'll hide our one of our upgrade parts. That's why not. Anyways. See what else is there I can grab around here. Oh, here. Let's look for frogs. Anything around here yet grown? Harvest all that. So we got a frog. And then you're gonna use the bathroom here. No, you're not gonna just like guarding right there. Oh, for visiting rooms. Okay. I was like, what is that for? I want to say there's somewhere around here. Or someplace. Oh, you know where it is? I remember where it is now. I remember where it is now. It's, in, like, this area. So we're gonna go here. I was gonna say, there's like a community garden thing somewhere. Here. Here. No, not here. Here! I guess you can't plant. I guess I thought people would go and plant there, but maybe I had to hang out for a little bit and I don't have that. So let's look around here quickly, just see if there's anything good here. What are you doing? Wait, it's actually trying to cue something. What are you trying to do? Okay. I don't know what that's about. I was like, what is that noise? And then I look over, she's trying to cue something up. Anything good around here to yoink? Anything good around here to yoink? Not really seeing anything here to yoink. So said we shall go fishing. Oh cool, leveled up fishing. Awesome. Plumber game. Okay, that's fine, hon. So let's, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna take all the what crops we have and go and plant them. We shall go plant them. Second. There we go. Alright. Yeah, they give some, like, they did. We're gonna auto light all lights just so we can get it done. And then, so we're gonna here, plant, so, plant. And then resume your garden salad. And sell this. And this frog. And we almost have enough for one more wall! Oh hey, I can harvest all that, nice. No, nice. And then... No, I got there, we want you to dig. Take that. You'll be right back in. Okay. Parse all that. Dig. Dig. Parse all that. Parse all that. Parse all that. Alright. Come back here. Those. Sell the rest. Place one of these. Sell the rest. Sell the rest. Plant. And then we're also going to open that up and extract fossil. Sell that. Sell that. Okay. So here. Just organize these a little bit better. So let's see, we'll put our trees here. This is a tree here. Then we'll put our regular crops like here. There we go. And then let's go ahead and get some more walls going. There we go. In fact, actually, I can destroy that. See? Right there. And then if I destroy these two, that. One second, let me just, I'm gonna do this quickly, get rid of that. Okay, we're undoing all that because I don't know what the fuck happened there. Alright. Just get one more of those going. Go here. Right. And more water. Just water everything, and then let's take a quick, well, shave. And boom. And then we're gonna take a shower. Oh, parse all those. All that. Bit of build mode. Get another wall going there. Perfect. All right. This is. I'm just gonna change this to a little bathroom area. In fact, yeah, I'm selling all these because I don't have any handy skills, so there's no point in me having it. I don't know. I'll get more. Right now, I just need to build a fairly functional house. Let me move some of the stuff. There we go. Right. Okay. What should we do? So, not trendy. Social bunny. Yeah, let's do open social bunny. Oh, I don't. That's right. I don't know anyone. Oopsies. I don't know anybody. Business. Register. No, we're not doing that. We're not doing that. No, we're not doing that. That's not like career. I don't want to break rules and accident. So. I guess, let's see. Let's head somewhere else. Oh, I just realized the time. It's time for my break. I'll be back, everyone. I'm back. What was I doing again? Oh, that's right, I was going to different places to find more crops. Let's go to Oasis Springs this time. Crops there. Thank you, hon. Alright then. Two. Aw. Whoa, why am I lagging? Whoa. Why am I lagging? Okay, apparently we're not going to Oasis Springs. I did not like that at all. Or Willow Creek. You good now? I don't know why it wasn't liking that. I mean, it's still lagging here, but it's a lot better. I wasn't hitting 14 frames like I was in Oasis. Let's just check things out here quickly. Hey, Faye, how you doing? Okay, never mind. I am hitting 15 frames per second here. We're just not going to a park. I just don't think it likes these big lots. I think that's the issue. So... Sims, we're doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. We're here, vibing and thriving. Oh, vibing, not really thriving, to be honest. To the beach. Beach, let's get to the beach. Oh, excuse me. Alright, Set that trap. And, yeah. Pause that, and then we're gonna go over here. I want to see if there's a fishing spot. Yeah, right over here. Go fishing. We'll fish here, because the fish here are worth a lot of money, if I remember correctly. If being a keyword. Silly outfit. The outfit, let's go to regular one. You doing, girl? I believe in you. Oh, she's lonely now. Lovely. Oh yeah! Got another fishy! Oh, that fish. Oh, that fish! Let's go over here. A trap. Oh, cool, we got a guppy. I'm gonna go back here. It'll be, 5 each supply. I'm just done checking that trap. Except for no fish are swimming. Okay. Gonna take care and go home. Guys, me need help. Coconut. I can only afford coconut. Alright, let's head home. Let's head on home. Plant. Outfits. Oh. Off of that. Sleeping. Sleeping. Donkey Kong. We have absolutely no skills to be there. So. We need to hit that. Alright. Let's take care of our crops. Our crops need help. This. Oh, okay. Yeah, that one does. And these two? No, they do not. Alright. Excuse me. Crops down here that can be harvested. Anything at all around here? Oh, nope. No. You? No. No. Nothing. Damn. Oh wait, that's a coconut tree. Dang it, it grew fast. Oh, you need to kill that grass. That's pretty cool. That's good. Let's head out and do something. Because she's lonely. She needs to go talk to people. Now, where can I go to talk to people and also get some stuff done? Where to go? Let's go to Evergreen. Yeah, I'll do Evergreen. And we'll go, this is like a... Yeah, this is the nice, like, green area. So we're gonna go here. Let's head, excuse me, to the community space. Alright, let's see here. Go here. Check. I really want to see if I can get one that needs to be a marketplace. So I can, like, sell stuff? So I can, like, sell stuff. Good lord. Oh, me. I'm good. No, okay, we're gonna head back somewhere else then. Yeah, we're gonna go somewhere else. Let's over here. We're showing that there's a lot of stuff I could get. Hinford on Bagley is pretty much gonna be my best bet to get seed. Go ahead and head here. Da 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 dum. Why did I not go here? Actually, I just visited the bar from the get-go. Don't know why I didn't. absolutely. Alright. See if there's anything around here we can... Yeah. Me and my $1. I want to see if I can fish around here. I can! Haha! Let's examine the water. And go fishing. Do some fishing, get some money. That's not fish, that was trash. I got a minnow. Awesome. Sell that for $11. Awesome. I'm gonna sell the treasure for 80. Oh, it looks like an increased price. I thought it used to be 75. Fuck, I need a computer. I need to go to the library then. Go to Brightchester. To the library. To the library! Right. Go to the library. Go to the library. Let's go to a computer. Excuse me. Worked hard. I can't afford that. Okay. Right, that's been purchased. So let's go back home then. What are you talking about, Drew? Pog and I got fish. Go fish. Oh, you just love it so I know, it's a really good one. I really prefer if you didn't stand in there and just kept the light going. There. It's almost there. Harvest all. Awesome, we get some more stuff around here to harvest. Alright then. Okay, let's sell everything. Also extra. Also, open that up. Another Gabby. Oh, Gabby. That scared me for a hot minute right there. That kind of scared me for a second. Harvest all. I know, not harvest all. We can go ahead and sell all. Sell all. All right. She needs someone to talk to badly. Social. Add a sunscreen store. Why not? Why not? I'm lonely. I want help. So I got a little bit more money. I need to get something like an easel. How much for an easel? Or the easel. Oh, right there. Okay, how much? 350. Okay. Is there something I can sell? I sold my light. I sold the light for the easel. Right. There we go. Perfect. A little broken back there for a second. I ordered those pads, like, it's not right. Like, do I need to quickly sell you and get, like, okay, I ordered a thing. But alright then. I mean, we all saw when we ordered them. But, okay then. What are you laughing at, Drew? You laughing at my suffering? That's so understandable. Let's head out here. Now you're saying I door. Oh, okay, honey. I see. I see. There might be some stuff up here. Grab. I want to say there is. Ba da da dum. I want to say there's stuff around. Maybe there's not. I'm just fucking wrong. That's always a very real possibility that I'm just wrong. What stuff does go here? The pear tree. I want to say pears and roses grow around here. Not guns and roses, pears and roses. Go here. We're gonna see if I can knock on the door, see if anyone's home. Maybe make a friend. I don't know. I do not know. Oh, no one lives here. Well then. Well then. I just wasted my time there, so we're gonna go here. I just wasted all my time there. Right. Hello? Oh. I didn't know that. Well. Oh, well then. We're just gonna go back to my house, fuck it. If anyone's out and about for me to talk to at 10 p.m. That's normal. That's very normal, I swear. Alright. Let's just speed up time here. Oh, damn, I was trying to avoid this. Damn it. Okay, or don't eat that at all. Alright. Kind of introduction. Please, I'm lonely. Alright, she's gonna get out of here. We're good, girl. I think right, so sell all. No, you're not just liking gardening. Sell all that. Sell or harvest all that. Harvest all. Dig there. Harvest all. Dig there. She'll see be able to talk to plants, so I say that like that's a good thing. We know what she very much needs is social interaction, but you know what? Okay. Alright, see what we can do. How much for the cheapest? 800. Today. Alright, then we're gonna go, here. Head out. Let's see. Here, we said Brett Chester for sure. At the library with the PCs there. Boop. Right. Back home. They should be in my mailbox eventually. If it's not there, I'm refunding myself money, because that's just stupid. Yeah, 173 for my bills, so that's not too bad. Other... Well, that would be causing an issue. Look at my actual mailbox here. That would definitely cause issues. Good lord. Pick up some grass. Oh, that gives me some gardening skill? Ooh, oh, we need to do that. We need to do that. Taking out the grass, taking out the grass. Got all of it? Oh, it is nice. That gave me some gardening skills. Oh, fuck! Alright, well, it's football day, apparently. That scared me. Oh. I'll buy some time, no. We can research plants. Research. Get some more skill going for gardening. Yeah, so that path thing doesn't come by tomorrow in game time. I'm giving myself $200 more because that's just unfair for it to not come. There we go. We got some. Oh, we're level 3 gardening. So now, yeah. What do we do now? Oh yeah, now I have fun with gardening. What do I do? I need to paint. I should totally paint. Free decoration, and then I can sell it. Oh, you're not sick. Oh, fucking hell, she's sick. Hey, Minute. Minute? Am I saying that right? Minute? Is that correct? Minyotet? Minyotet? I'm not good with names, I'm sorry. Minyoet. 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 Okay. I think that's right. Alright, and fuck off, Loveday! Okay, look it up. I'll look it up. I'll look it up. Alright. Wait, let's, harvest all, sell all. Still nothing. Oh, I can evolve that, nice. Yeah, still nothing. Alright, well then. Let's see. Hey, Pancake, how are you doing? 171 plus 2. I should have done that math in my head easily. So I'm giving myself money just because I did not receive the things that I bought. So it'd be I should have been able to do that in my head. So fuck money. 371. Money 371. There we go. Okay, now I'm at the processing because it did not give me things. Anyways. Let's get myself a light. Some lights. We're gonna do that there. Auto light, all lights. Okay. Actually, nothing else since those were grown. What else? Yeah, harvest all. Harvest all. Dig. How you doing today, Pancake? Follow neighborhood action plan. You're good. You're playing Uno. Oh, fun. I'm feeling well. Can I don't think. I think I can purchase medicine from the phone. Yeah. Help that. Right. Okay. So, sell that. Open that up. Alright. Okay, I think I know how I want to rearrange. Can I put this? Okay, I can't put that there. Can I, like, no? Alright, so that's gotta go there. I need to bump this out. 120, there we go. Then I want to get myself a desk going for future computers. So let's get the cheap one. There. Cheap seat. There we go, and then we're set up ready for a computer whenever we can get one. Some more research. Yeah. All right. So. Gosh, those things keep fucking scaring me. 2 sport. Okay, I genuinely do not care. Alright, need $25 more and I can make another painting. Oh, you know what? Yeah, sure. Why not? We need to talk to people. Well, there's a lot of people here. Alright, let's see. Was the talent showcase? Something like that? Let's go here. Let's sing house. Why not? That sounded really funny. Sped up. That was actually kind of funny. Sped up. Right. She's just sitting by herself. Oh my gosh. Let's go home. This poor girl, she's just sitting by herself. Alright, let's see. Yeah, Drills, what did I set the lifespan to? Long, alright. Alright, Gerald, you guys here chat with her? Alright. Hold on. Let's see now. Kind of waiting at this point. Right. So she's eating. Sell all. Water with tears. No. I got a lot of money there. Since those are ready, I think a lot. Yep. A lot of other stuff should be ready. Not good there, money to dig. Harvest all. Saw. Dig. That's all. Dig. Dig. Open that up. So what we got? Right, let's do a sack painting. Oh, that. Make some money. Good. Another sack painting. Oh, wrong. I was meant to choose a painter extraordinaire. There we go. Saw that as well. Grass. Grass. Take grass. That helps with our gardening skill, so. That's grass. Take out the grass. Perfect. Got a lot more gardening skill in. Oh yeah, we got level 4 now, and we can now talk to plants. Let's go to romance festival. Why not? Why not? Let's go to the romance festival. That'd be fun. Go to the romance festival, and then I'm gonna take my second break. I'll be back. Remember, I want to go use the restroom, drink some water, get some snacks, stretch, touch grass. And I'll be back. And I'm back. Alright. I need to throw petals 5 times. You! Actually, first. 4. That. Drink your tea, girl. You. Friendly. Okay, bitch. Oh, that's right. You're here and I can harvest all this stuff. Yes! Can't believe I didn't think of that. What? Alright, penny number 6. Oh, it's just a fucking bitch. Harvest all that. Harvest all that. It's the worst game known to Oh gosh. Do I even want to know, Pancake? You draw 14! Oh god! Oh gosh, Pancake. That's awful, Pancake. I'm so sorry to hear that. Got some more petals from in. We having like 20 Oh no, Pancake! Wait, Frieden, why are you Frieden? Oh my gosh, wait, girl! It's just some right clothes. Oh, you'll never play Uno again. You see, you say that. You and I both know you're gonna play Uno again. Thousand petals at you. Everyone gets petals. There we go. That should make her a little bit happier. Alright, and we got all the plants there? Yeah, we did. Okay. Yeah, looks like there's nothing else really around. So let's head on home. Plant some extra crops I got and then sell the rest. For some money. Okay. Oh. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, that's so broken with this challenge. Alright. Build. Let's go ahead and get a computer. Right. Gonna have our plants all that. No, you still are gonna like gardening. Alright. Now we're gonna reorganize these correctly. There we go. Okay. Now go get your shower. And then wonderful. Purchase. Boop. Boop. Okay. So these should be delivered eventually. Oh, do I have bills? So, let's go on neighborhood action plan. Can I do that? I can. Or do that. That and that. Alright. That's fun. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. Water all the plants. Then you can finish eating your garden salad. Let's water our plants. Water all the plants. Water, water, water all the plants. Alright. Got some more money. And so we're going to take this opportunity to expand the house a little bit more. We're going to do that. And that. That there. And then there we go. Now let's move some stuff around. That there. Put that there. Put that there. Alright. Perfect. Okay, girl, now you go do whatever. For now. It's summertime. Awesome. Sell all. Awesome. Oh, flea market. Crops flea market, because I think there... I don't remember if there's crops there or not, but we're still gonna check. Also, I can get posters, and that's free decoration, so... You gotta go, Jack. Let's see if you can... See ya! Hope you have a great day! And that's what we can. I'll grab a poster. Damn it, there's no posters, really? Well. I don't have anything to sell either. Hydrate, thank you, Pancake, for the hydrate. I want to make sure you should drink some water. And a pause check, thank you. $48. Is there anything good here I could get? Is there anything good here to get? Thanks, Pancake. Looking like it. This is use bathroom. So, use the bathroom here. And it looks like there's no posters or snow globes for me to grab around here. And so we're gonna, you know what, we're gonna paint cold for mural. Mural. Words are hard. Let's get some paint skill going while I contemplate. Yeah, I'm not really seeing anything here that I want. Yeah, they're just gonna paint. Enjoy some of the atmosphere. Alright, it's at home. Words are very hard, Pancake. Like, very hard. Yeah, I look like you looked like you needed some water. All right. More stuff here. There's that. Already saw that. Already saw that. Alright. Then open it up. Open that up. Open that up. Right, we got Lindsay, we got an Amelia, and then a Chef Gino. I probably mispronounced all their names there. Watering? Nope, and nope, okay. Okay, got some more money, so let's go ahead and work on the swallow a little bit more. Alright. That I will expand. I'm gonna move like the bedroom and like off right here. Well, VTuber. Oh my gosh, Swift, where? Where? Where, Swift? Where? How you doing, Swift? Doing good. That's good. You know where we're gonna go? I'll see you. I know, right? Where? Where's the VTuber? Where? 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 You're tripping so. We're gonna go back here and steal some more stars because that made me a lot of money for some fucking reason. Even as a VTuber, great question. Great question. Children, don't do crimes, don't do crimes. Do not do crimes. Like I'm doing right now. Here, I'll make guitar. Crime is fine, don't tell them not to. Nah, I don't think people would like me saying you should do crime. You don't really accept be gay and do crime. Right. And you may course that. Right. Alright, do that. Alright. So we're gonna push this up one here. Get rid of the wall from here to here. Put the wall here. Get a door. Right there. There we go. It's a cute looking house right now. Alright. Put that there. No. Put that like here. Put that here. Put that here. Boop. Boop. Then we have like a little living dining area. We can do it in a little bit. I'm gonna go ahead and sell these actually. I'm gonna sell all that and that. So we can make ourselves a better kitchen, get a better bed. So, what's a nice double bed? There. Alright, and then let's get my cat's moving for attention and it ran away. Oh gosh. Okay, these are nice counters. Let's do a green. I like the green. Green looks nice. Green is a nice color. Do I not have auto counters on? I do not. Okay. And there we go. Okay. Put that there. The microwave. No, we're gonna get a stovetop like that. And get this cheaper microwave. I think that's good. I need a chair. Let's grab a chair. My friend's finally started stream. Okay, Swift, see ya! Thank you for stopping by. There. Boop. Alright. Awesome. House is expanded. You hosted? Oh yeah, thank you, Swift. I appreciate that. Oh, you did just raid me. Thanks for the raid, Swift. It does. Yay! It does, Swift. It does. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're going by. See ya, Swift. I really glad to know it's now rebate day when I just bought all this stuff. Good lord. No, I'm gonna buy a light. For the bedroom. And then this is kind of like should be how to fill it up with stuff. Then we'll make the outside look nice, and then we'll start making some more and more money. Harvest all the chrysanthemums because I do not have any chrysanthemums. And then plant. Water all. What's up? I think you should go for it. Yeah, I don't know. Just go for it, hon, I guess. These mail's been delivered. It's a mail. There's my stuff. Oh my gosh, that took forever to get. There we go then. Alright. We're gonna need some more money here. So I can pay my bills. What is there around here to get? Let's harvest all this stuff. Dig, dig, digging and grabbing things. Dig, dig, digging and grabbing things. There you go. Open all these. Now place in world. Oh no, fuck. Where are you? Where? Open that up. That. Do that. Do that. And then, fuck, I'm short. 304 to pay my bills. Well, I know what we're doing because I need the money badly. And back to here we go. Selfie. No, Pancake. Have no more stars been added? No! Oh no, I need the stars though. Yeah, sure, she can like finish. No, we're not heading home, no. No, I gotta find stuff, and we're heading home. No, wait, no, I hit M, duh. I need to get some money. So, I'm gonna go here. And more I'm Bailey. Go here, we're gonna get some stuff. Oh god, stretching. Okay. Let's go get some more money. Alright. I just need $304. That's all I need in total. So Let's go ahead while I look. You go ahead and go fishing. And I'll go ahead and search there. I hear my hydration spells have stuff I can skill and sell. Oh well. That's just dumb on my part. Oh, lovely power conservation. That's just what I need. And I guess I technically already conserve some power because of the auto lights and stuff. Okay, that's enough for bills. What do you want? No. I think I had to be on my home lot, so we're gonna sell that. Go here. There. We're gonna go to snail stuff, and we're gonna head back home to pay the bills. Grab the stuff. There we go. Oh, an emerald. Nice. No, if you think I'm leaving something there, you're wrong. Why are you blue? Right. Let's pay our bills. There we go. All right. Pancake, no! I was referencing a meme! I'm gonna sell this so I can get a sink in here. Ooh. Yeah, we're gonna put a sink in here. That. Yeah, okay. And now she's doing push-ups, okay. It's sleep time. Time to sleep. Alright. It's harvest, not harvest all. Sell all. Need some money there. Awesome. I think we're gonna use this money here to get some flooring down. Let's see the tiles. Good tiles. Like that, yeah. Go here. And then, here with this. Let's get some wood going. So this will go here. And we'll grab that, go there. There. Perfect. Awesome. Okay, and then now we shall some wallpaper. Wallpaper, wallpaper. There we go. Almost got all the wallpaper. Almost being a keyword. Hey, it's really pretty good. Things are looking better. All that. Parse all that. Stick there. There. Parcel that. Parcel that. Parcel that. Parcel that. Parcel that. There we go. Oh, and dig here. There we go. Right then. Got some more there, so let's go back here. More wallpaper down. And tiling. Go for another 40 minutes? Yikes. Oh well, that's the next one. Alright, now for the outside, we'll need windows and stuff. So let me do some stuff. Okay, yeah, there we go, like that. Get a roof on this baby. Again, that one you just have an overhang, so that. Boop. Boop. We're gonna bring it down a little bit. It doesn't need to be that tall. Do this here. Rotate that. Do that. Go a lot lower. There we go. Cute little house. All right. Some windows now. Two. That matches the door. No, it doesn't. Mm-mm. That's the go there. All right, and then here, here. That's what we can do for windows right now. Okay. It's getting better. It's getting better. It's looking better and getting better. Okay, and wait, can I? Yeah, we're gonna do that. Move these up one. Looks a little silly otherwise. Okay, now we're good to go. Yeah, it looks fine like that. Alright. And again, this is just a simple house, not the final house by any means whatsoever. The heck? Oh, hi. I'll tell you my pronouns. Okay, okay, talking to the alien. Fine, get some of the social stuff in. Social need. That's the word. Those are the words. That's the words I was looking for. Let's use this opportunity to Need some, picking out grass. Just to get some more gardening skill going. Just about that, okay. A bunch more just up here. Oh god. And take out all the grass. All the grass. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Redeem Faye. I want to make sure you're drinking some water. There's even more grass in it. Oh, I guess not. I guess she was just too hungry and now also needs to take a shower. Water is great. Dr. Pepper is better. Oh, I can evolve this plant. Evolve that. Nice. Awesome. That's all the grass, I believe. Yeah. Untrue. Oh gosh, pancake. Yeah, I just know money from the start. You literally start from nothing. I just had a slight heart attack. I just saw, I think Drew's banning bots. And I just saw that he banned someone. And it's like, he just banned Pancake. Because he didn't like Dr. Pepper. I just fully thought for a second Drew banned Pancake. Because Pancake doesn't like Dr. Pepper. Oh my gosh. Lottery. Base mod, best mod. Drew is best mod, we all know. What do you want? Yeah, sure, I don't know. I have to go for it. So let's see. I may want to try. I'm thinking I'm gonna try to censor the house here. So grab all. Excuse me. Grab all that. Move it so it's like centered so there. Here. There we go. Miss anything about that? So one of the rules for the Brax Richie challenge is that you can't have a job. I think that's isn't that a rule? Or am I getting confused with the 100 baby challenge? 1 second. That's always a possibility. Yeah, he's gonna develop skills for it. Sophie, oh my god. Okay, so I just looked it up. So it appears that you can get a job. You just have to subtract 500 from your money. If I don't have toes, oh, Faye, hon, I don't know how to tell you this, but I'm pretty sure you're supposed to have toes. But yeah, I just looked it up. You can have a job. You just gotta pay like $500 in like application fee. So when I get $500, I know what we're doing. There we go, there we go. Okay. House is centered now. Good lord, Pancake. Hey, Faye, is everyone else's streams going okay? If you know. It's too tasty to waste on time. Faye, hun? They are good. Faye, hun, I noticed. I used to. You're also not supposed to eat Play-Doh. Friends, Robert here. Go tell Chair hello then. I'm gonna finish building my house before we get the job. There we go. Alright. Then we're gonna do the outside. He's playing a scary game? Oh shit, that does look scary. I just have him and Nubia up on my laptop right now to get to lurk in their streams. Let's see a nice dark color. That's fine. I'm gonna lower their roof a little bit. There we go. That's fine. It's fine. Both fell asleep for a while. Good nap? Oh, I'm glad you had a good nap. The issue is this door. This door's not the right size for the wall. Yeah, see, it's better. Now I mean, they gotta replace all my windows, so. As for the new week, I never sleep. Oh, alright then. Let's solve my windows. Okay, go to windows. Guess I'm weak. Thinking is going to sleep and walk, waking up really fast. For us MMO enjoyers. Yeah, there. Do one window here. Windows there. I think it looks good. Cute little house. I think it looks good. I am gonna scoot this over here though. Right there. There. Wait, where'd my grid? Where'd my grid go? He's committing a war crime. I'm gonna come out and say, let's not commit war crimes. We're gonna scoot these up a little bit. Get some plants going here. Like some nice bushes. Nice bushes. I think we all know I need to get this. I just said that there. I think we all know I need to get that. And then let's get it. Like that. Yeah. Alright, that's a cute little cozy house. And we are going to just put that up there a little bit. Yep, I think it looks a lot better. I think it's good. I think it's a good starting house. All the stuff now is for some terrain paint. Stones. No, that's not wrong. Ground type. There we go. In D&D, right? In D&D, right? The Anakin meme. But what do y'all think? What do y'all think? You think it's a good house? I think it's a cute house. I think it's a really cute house. Yeah. Oh, Pancake D&D. We actually will be I'll be streaming D&D tomorrow if you're really interested in what it is, and Faye will be there. Faye's one of the players for it. Just go ahead and get like that, like that. Make this look a little better. War crimes! Yeah, for my first time DMing. There we go. Alright, there we go. That's a cute little house. That's a cute little house. Dragon. Okay, Faye, remind me to set it up, but we're gonna need a counter for how many war crimes are committed during the campaign. Yeah, so our house is just about done. We just gotta get a little bit more furniture here and then another sink there. And just upgrade some stuff, and I think we'll be good to go. Really, really, like, hit it hard with stuff. Oh, no. We do it in a oh my god. Speedrun Geneva Convention. Speedrun Geneva Convention. That's funny. That's fucking funny. But it's, oh, I just read saying, Piggy, you'd be done doing a dungeon or a dragon. Lovely. What are you doing? But yeah, so we're all so this next task, as we said before, is a suggestion, right? Do you need a convention? I mean, that depends on who you ask, probably. In my mind, it's really not a suggestion, but yeah. Okay. The goal, right? So the goal now is to, before I finish for everything, I got everything I need just for like necessities. But we're gonna get to 500 to get the job. And we're gonna do the streaming job, because that's a lot of fun and it's part-time. Well, since it's part-time, I think I'm gonna knock that down to 250 instead of a full-time job. I think that makes sense. Yeah, we got a cute little house now. Super happy. I'm actually really happy with that house. I'm genuinely not good at building, but I'm happy with that. I'm actually kind of proud of that. It's like extract a fossil. That. Alright, got that. So that means I will now need to set my money amount to, so set 250 to 16. So, see, money, 16. Yep. Then let's go get a job. But in a while, it's I've enjoyed it. It's always like one of those games I come back to every once in a while. Business. Find a job. And like I said before, we're gonna be a part-time. Video game streamer, casual streamer. We're gonna do nighttime because I feel like that makes more sense. Because who the fuck streams at 5:30 in the morning? That's close. There we go. Okay. Talk to a friend about side hustle. I don't have any friends. You're my friend now. Friendly. Interests. Hobbies. Activities. More choices. Spread the word on side hustles. That's true, Faye. You do stream in the morning for me. This is true. Honest. How many money I want to give you now? Camaro in 7 days? I mean, I could do that. I could do that. I could use the money. And I got a double bet. I just didn't mean bump that out. Or flip some stuff around. But I could do it. But I could do it. Alright. Just checking something. Alright. So, guys, do I try to go for the money? Because, like, the point of this challenge is to get money. But, like, well, I probably won't, let's be honest. She won't. Alright, then I won't. Nah, dig potatoes. Ah, the true communist way! So we'll have work here. Oh, excuse me. In a little bit. Bitch! Bitch, excuse me? Did you picked that up, motherfucker? Oh, you whore. You refer to mines? I didn't even ask you to dig through the trash, but okay. Well, we can put the trash here and get a trash plant going. Only whore on Tuesdays. The children yearn for the mines. Oh, she picked it up. Oh well. You're welcome, Faye. Let's see here. Look, how much do I need for a lottery ticket? 100. Alright, well. That ain't happening, so, yeah. No, you don't need to do that. She's hungry. Or we're hungry. I'm hungry. Fuck, I don't know anymore. Have a quick meal of breakfast burritos. At 3 a.m. Okay, and she's also tired at this point. Asleep. And then she'll need to bathroom. No, my sim was hungry. Right. You're also hungry, Pancake? Okay, well then go get some food, Pancake. Oh yeah, you said you're at school still. Living that student life for real! Oh, I'm glad it went well. For real. Breakfast burritos and microwaves. Honestly, I should have gotten myself some breakfast burritos when I went to the store. Why would you not turn the power off at night? It's a pain in my ass. fell off. Not really pancake, sorry. I was gonna order a pizza. Part 2 tens. Starving is not allowed! Oh, look at the time. It's time for my next break. And if you are hungry, and you can, I guess, get some food, drink some water, stretch, use the bathroom, touch grass. I will be back. we're back. I stopped by to say hello to some folks. Only 15 minutes till you go home. Ooh, nice pancake. Let's see here. Pay them. Right, see. So, yeah, so we got our job. At this point, we're just gonna grind out some more money before we expand the house some more. You either do that or you find someone to marry. I was about to say, oh, and there's someone right there, and then I realized it was Jeffrey. Wait, you're not Jeffrey Landgrab. Oh, wait, no, but you're Bjorn. I don't like you. So we go home now. Nice! Gosh, I remember the days when I counted just get only to like go insane. The gold digger route! Better than the Black Widow route, to be honest. Right, anyways. We got some money. Let's build like ourselves a little living room area. Well, she just stares at the easel for some reason. First things first. We're gonna rearrange the bathroom here a little bit. Sell that. We're gonna get a tub shower. We can't afford a tub shower, never mind. We're just gonna switch the shower over here then. Let's not kill our spouse. Not yet! Alright, so that's good. There we got all that. Let's get some living room stuff down. Actually, no, let's get a table down. Because this is like too small for living room, so we'll probably just do like a little table. Never mind, we don't have any money for a table. We're not doing a little table. We're just gonna buy a sink. Let's write all the powers off. Okay. Let's see. What should we do? Well, figure. Oh yeah, you're too tense to do that. So you know what? Fuck it. We're going to go find a man because I'm tired of her being tense. Let's go to the up-and-coming hotspots. That's fun. Practice that. Thank you. Person I don't really know. Ah, glorious. Listen to the sounds of my people. Oh, she gave me money. Even though I'm absolutely awful. Oh yeah, we can pick up some more tiles then. No, I don't know how you just like the guitar. Pick up celebrity tiles. I don't know why, but this is actually such a great way to get money quickly. It's just to pick up these damn tiles. Not view. Pick up. Go pick it up. Alright, yeah, I saw them. Girl, go pick it up. Okay, alright, how I had a broken... Oh my gosh, are you serious, Pancake? Oh my god, that's hilarious. Like, don't get me wrong, that's horrible. But that's hilarious. gosh. I love it when silly stuff like that happens. It's so funny. Sir, you good? It's always like the fan reaction. You just killed a dude trying to work. I mean, that's one way to get away with murder. Just yeah, I'm sure he got electrocuted, Pancake. Yeah, I'm sure he got electrocuted. I'm sure he did. Yay! Nubia! Hello there, Miss Goddess! Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, fuck. Anubis, thank you for the follow! Welcome to the Noodlepoodle family. Hi, everyone. Welcome to my stream. Hi, Ryan Spider. Thank you for the follow! Welcome to the Noodlepoodle family. Rating Prez. Oh, gosh. Hi, everyone. My name is Lovepurplepoodle, or Murasaki Ai. I am the founder / president of Nexus. I am a poodle from another dimension who was a heir to a very successful company who, when she turned 18, switched dimensions, went to a parallel dimension and to pursue her own dreams. Thank you, Drew, for saying hello to the Raiders. I do not stream, just for to have some fun, carefree. We're not expecting the physics. Yes, a platypus. Wait, where's the platypus? Bury the platypus! I don't remember what I was doing. Is she gonna... What are you... Are you just gonna... Okay. But yeah, so we're playing some Sims 4 Rags to Riches. Basically, you start from nothing, try and hit 1,000,000 simoleons. This is the first place... The first, I guess you say, quote-unquote, session is this today. Hey, Drew, can you shout out Nubia for me, hun? Let's just head home. I don't remember what I was doing here. I don't remember what I was doing here. I think I do. 1 second. It should be, let me see. I think I do. I think this is it. Yes, I do! Haha! I remembered. I was looking at Nubia's stream on my laptop, so now in my chat it says I'm a raider from her. That's kind of funny. Awesome, Drew! Yeah. Hey, legitimately, lol. Well, I'm gonna do it until I get bored. Fuck, that keeps scaring me! Judith? Judith, I may not know Sims lore all that well. I'm pretty sure you're not a land grab, and I'm pretty sure you don't work for a power company. Well, damn, okay. I'll leave the clowns over until I had max money. Oh my gosh. Of course you did, Pancake. Of course you did. Who am I talking? Who the fuck is Kevin?
Sully.
Why am I talking to this random teenager? No, go away. So, work smarter, not hard. I mean, you're not wrong there. You're not wrong there. Yes, I have some stuff here to harvest. I didn't think I harvested these yet today. Did I ask you how your stream was, Nubia? I don't remember if I did or didn't. In case I didn't, how was your stream, Nubia? Your stream, how was it? It was fun. Oh, I'm so glad to we had fun. Oh, I apparently didn't eat my food. Oh, thank you! Now ended, thank you. Yay, power. Oh, wait, is that? Oh, my light's fixed! Nice. I wasn't expecting my lights to get fixed just from that, but okay. You know what? I'll take it. I'll take it. Sell some stuff here. That way. Character false. I have so much stuff in my inventory. I guess I just didn't sell for a hot minute. Ooh, don't want to sell that. Go here so we can set this down and sell them. Alright. Place in world, place. Alright, there we go. Sell all these. And we're getting some more money. I think I'm gonna try and expand the house a little bit. So I'm trying to decide how I want to expand it. Do I like, because there's not enough room for stairs anywhere really. Even though it would be cute to have like a small but tall house, you know, that'd be cute. Probably gonna want to bump it out back. Probably gonna want to bump this back one. Either that or like add some little things here for some roof flare. I think I'm just gonna do the back part. Do that. Do that. Alright. Then I can move the bed over like that so now people can get on both sides. Then we're gonna get one of these. Boop. Yeah. And then we could squeeze a table in right here. I wanna bump out and put a desk. You know actually what I'm gonna do? We're gonna destroy this wall. We're gonna grab the wall here. We're gonna do this. That, like that, and that like that, okay. That. Boop, boop. I'm going to just do that so it's not right up next to the wall. Yeah, and then so what I'm gonna do is, we're gonna get a better desk. Let's see, what do we get? This one's always super cute. I'll always adore this desk. It's so cute. We're gonna do that. But there, we're gonna sell both these. And then let's get this chair. Boop. You should be able to sneak around there. We'll put some nice things here later. So got a little like cutout area for the desk. Let's grab not desk. We need tables. What should we get? That could be cute. That could be good. Yeah, let's do that. And then we'll put like 2 chairs right there. Just like a little place for you to sit and eat. There we go. And then lights are good still. All the lights are still under. There's still one light in each room. Perfect. Okay. Or I'm gonna move this one to here so it's a little bit more centered. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think this is good. Looking good. We're gonna sell this. Can I afford a full-size fridge? Looks nice. I can. Or I don't like the fact that it's right there in front of the window. So we're gonna switch this up a little bit. Put that there. That there. We're gonna sell that. We're gonna get a trash can. We're gonna get the nice trash can. Fuck. I need to scoot you closer. There we go. Oh. I'm sorry. Good pancake. I'm glad you don't have to starve anymore. So that. Get upgraded to a nicer microwave. Put that right. Actually, no. We're gonna put. Not the whole thing. I just want that. We're gonna put the sink right here in front of that and there. I think that's cute. I love the idea of the sink right in front of the window. All right. Let's see. What else should we do? What else should we do? Can my frames please stop dropping? Thank you. Right. And I guess we could have like a little mud room right here. It's a little bit like, it's a little bit too weirdly shaped. I mean, I could move this easel. Move it. I think you can scoot your sim back through there. Let me check. No, you cannot. Okay. Then what we're gonna do is put that there. Make sure you like you go here. Yes, you can. All right. So we're gonna have like a little. We'll put like a little sitting area here then. That would be cute. That'd be very, very cute. Let's grab that, and we're gonna just put that there. That's all I really have for now, but it's a cute little sitting area. Yeah. Yeah, that works. And then... any decorations we could throw right here? Like a plant. We'll put a plant... why can't I put a plant there? Oh, I don't know why I can't put a plant there. Well, let's do that. I really wanted it to tilt still, but oh well. And there we go. That's good for now. I think it looks really good for now. Alright. Got no bills or anything like that. Yeah, so I think this is looking really cute. I mean, we got enough room here. It's enough room for 2 people, so if we want to get married, we can. And after the next upgrade would be like for children. Yeah, it's cute. I think it's a cute little house. Cute widow house. That window should be a... I need to... You know, I should switch these 2 windows around. Like that. There we go. She didn't pancake. As funny as that would be. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Water. Need to take care of our plants. Yeah. And let's get rid of all this grass. What's it, Mila? Yeah, I don't know who that is, but go for it. It's a good name. Don't even say it's a great name. Hopefully that's all the grass. You got some money. Yeah, I could just do a painting. Do finger painting. Works hard. I could also get a mirror right here. Eventually, maybe. That'd be good. Alright. Oh, level 2 painting. Awesome. 2. Or a B1 battle droid. Very, very funny. Very, very funny. I'll tell you what, if we go up a 2, I'll name my droid Pancake, okay? We can live stream from this. Alright. If this doesn't remind me of the starting days, you got a shitty computer. No, am I kidding? I started on the Xbox. I didn't even start on a computer. I started on the Xbox. Yeah, I gotta start somewhere, though. Gain 4 followers. Dang, if only I gained 4 followers every stream. I feel like I did gain 4 followers a stream. Oh, Spice Festival, Spice Festival. We wanna go to that, we wanna go. Go to the Spice Festival. Go to the Spice Festival. Go to the Spice Festival. There's plants there. There's plants there we can grab for stuff. Right. Now we're at the karaoke bar. That's okay, because I'm here for the Spice Festival. Because I was right there, stuff to harvest. Music a vibe. And I don't want to take cutting. Right, I think that's it for the plants. That's what did I do? Raven. Raven, I swear. I swear, Raven. Don't you fucking dare. No, yeah, you're not. No. No. Don't you dare, Raven. Don't you dare. Raven? Raven. I hate you sometimes. I genuinely hate you sometimes. You know. I gotta work, gotta go to 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 work. Why are you talking to the... Oh, you're... No, don't tip me. We don't got the money for that. Get that bread. See you, Raven. Let's plant some stuff. Before I had to go to work. Oop. So. 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 Do I dare? Do I dare try to get a cow plant? Cause that could be fun. That could be fun. I'm gonna do it. We're getting to cow plant. Think right there. Right. Why did I click that? Plant. Planted. Oh! Right, head to work. Very laggy. Like, go head to work. Yeah, so I think we've done so really well today, actually, with our house. It's really cute. It's really freaking cute. It's a pretty cute house. Alright. Do a live stream. Do a quick little live stream. Oh, yum. Excuse me. You're home nice, pancake. Awesome. So that means I'm set skill-wise for, a promotion. Awesome. So what I'm gonna do is once I hit that top promotion, I'm quitting my job and I'm doing a different one. Because I think that, like, that way I can keep things kind of balanced. No, I don't, like, last thing I need to do is sit here with the highest level job and just keep making money like that. That's boring. It's very boring. I still want to be a space raider. Eventually, maybe. I'm gonna get a mirror. Space Invader. Get a cute, like a quick mirror here. Yeah, that works. Then we're gonna finish this painting, and then we're gonna go find a man. And I would also decide I can be the only one in the household who works. Yeah, just like painting. Alright, it's 4 AM, perfect time to go find a man. Perfect time. Perfect, only one who worked. Yeah. No. Whoever I go for, I'm not taking any of their money. That's a rule. So, I won't go after, like, some rich old dude, because there's no point in that. I'm gonna go after someone who's actually good. So, let's head to... Plant Honey Pop, why not? Sorry, I keep yawning. I need to take a sip of this. Go report, young dude. Or girl, you don't know. I swing both ways. Anyone working? You are you an adult? Oh wait, fuck, that's Dawn. I mean, in terms of good-looking Sims, yeah.
Way to go, Miss Herb. You bow.
Let's see. Sun story. Why not? Why not? Tell them. No! Faye! No! The kids are getting sent to the farms, not the mines. Silly. Friendly. Hobbies. I don't know. Yay! Hey, Chair! Thank you for the raid! How was your stream?
Way to go, you bow. Hopefully not. Oh. Slew for warmba. Way to go.
I hope your stream went well. Let's just say games.
Sure, got. Gives. One.
No. No. So, hi Raiders, my name is Lovepurplepoodle, aka Murasaki Ai. I am the founder and president of Nexus. I'm originally from a parallel universe, where I was the heiress to a successful company. However, when I was 18, I decided, screw that. I'm gonna go off and make my own success and do my thing, something I'm happy with. So now I'm here streaming and baking on the side. Oh fuck, face here! I knew Hero Bro was real! I just gotta talk to Donald Dario anymore. Flirtation. Ask.
Yoshina said. So Wubi Naboma. Miss Herb.
100 essays in a row. Unminds your craft. Oh gosh.
With the. Ooh. Oh. Yabba thanks. Sarah Beam.
I have live in the hearts of many. Ugly Sim. Donald Star's not even ugly, but okay. You always come back.
Miss Herb.
Faye.
With the.
Compliments. Support. We'll support his facial hair.
Bow.
I'll support the facial hair. But you never spawned. That's because Faye was here the whole time. Choices, romance, flirtation. Let's do that.
Aaron Boya. Oh. Oh.
Alright, let's head home.
Yoshina say, Ibai Nikse.
When to come? I know, answer summons. Alright, let's get rid of some of this grass. We have the yard a little bit. Dang, all those YouTubers lie to me. I think she's hot. I mean, I know I'm hot. That was an awful joke. Get in a hot outfit. Alright, let's see. Get some grass. Take out the grass. Got the grass. Water all. Got the grass. And take out that grass. Anything here need to be watered? Alright, perfect. I'll do that. What's up, Mila? Alright, glad you enjoyed that. Go to bed. Let's head to bed. And take a quick nap. She was hungry. Alright. Well, if you're hungry, girl, go eat. Go eat, girl. Go eat. On the live stream, okay. I think the house is really cute looking. I think it's good. I think it's good for now for the house. Until we get a lot more money, and we'll probably just keep it here until we get more money, and then we'll expand some. Or are they still an adult? Alright, it doesn't say, but it's getting there. Do that and it's sell all. Okay, the pick is oh, good for all the color plants are watered. Let's call. Or she. Yeah, social. Let's. Chat with. It could be funny if I dated an alien. I might do that actually. I can't remember their now because that was alright. It's overdone. What's their profile? He is very unattractive. All this thing. Yeah, they're young adult though. So send happy text. Yeah, let's go. Let's go! Let's go get some coffee! I mean, that could be fun if I went out with an alien. That could be fun.
Turn. Me be Bahira.
Hunt? No. Quibs by yen. Blah 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 blah.
I'm hungry.
Wixel.
Oh. That's what we say before something happens. Now that I think about it. Alright, there we go. Check in on our buddy here. Get a croissant! So they ate some croissants this morning. Croissant! Is he not gonna sit down? Alright then, well. Alright, let's see. Flirt. Let's ask a single.
Blah 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 blah.
Alright, let's see. Deep conversation. I'm not into woman! Oh. Well, this just kind of got awkward. Never mind. We're not going after the alien. Never mind. Never freaking mind. I don't swing that way. I don't swing that way. So wait, is it say on here? I don't like say anything there. We're just gonna go home then. Go home. That was a failure. And we're just gonna pretend that never happened. Are you a ghost? Oh no, you're an alien. Why are there so many aliens? Actually, no, I think it's because I was still on a lot when it was an alien bar night, so all the aliens still spawned. I think that's what happened. Alien bar fight? No, alien bar thing. What do you mean stuff was removed? What do you mean stuff was removed? There's literally nothing's been removed. That's interesting. Don't know what it was about, but interesting. Okay. You moved a block of grass. I knew it! Nah, freaking knew it! You're an indoor woman now. Does it, like, say here? Get up. Okay, this is not gonna tell me anything. Alright. Okay, well, let me see anything about him. Alright, well, let me do anything there. Alright. You're all the Minecraft mobs. Oh, shoot, sorry, Dawn. I forgot it was nighttime. I forgot it was nighttime. See, I'm good for work. Pay the bills. Any more mail in there? No. Okay, so then eat your chips and salsa, girl. Harvest all. No, not harvest all. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm saying. No, you don't dislike gardening. God damn it. I got some money. See, let's now invite Dawn over, or chat with Dawn. Invite. Alright, Dawn will be right over. Awesome. It'd be funny if I just invite him over and then told him to go away. Before we get any further. Oh, he won't tell me yet. That's right. I forgot about that. I forgot about that. Let's talk.
Oh, Lumic.
Honest.
Oh. That's all. Let's work.
That's a single. So let's check it on Dawn as well. Okay, bye, Dawn. I think you're just gonna be my best friend. Cause it'll be good just to have a friend. Give you a residence key. Cause you're gonna be my best friend. Alright. Bright and day.
What? Uh-huh.
Is that a joke?
New move? Oh. Well, babe.
Friendly.
Dibawis Harashirozima.
Compliments. Heartfelt compliment.
Conquer. What? Feminine. Uh-huh. Seabrook system. Yedumsa Legenzo. Fene. Sarde ya Libshigo. Nilza. Saquinario Tananiwa, huh? Tiba. Oh, yeah. Kobe. College. Yedumsa. Conquer. Yelink. Arthas.
Hobbies. Discuss local fishing spots.
Inabushi. Oh.
Got some color theory with them. Advise any orientation. You're not quite sure. No, what do you mean you don't like women? Huh. Was that like just something weird? Yeah, okay, you're just not into women. Okay, I got it. I gotta go to work. Alright. Okay, bye. Ow! Ow! Right away, so you can't turn. I wasn't trying to turn him. I was just trying to double check. Oh fuck, there goes my PC. Here. Awesome. Right, look, we repaired it. Awesome! Alright. Alright guys, I'm gonna take my final break of the stream. Make sure you, this is for a lot of you, it's probably close to your time, make sure you get some food, stretch, use the bathroom, drink some water, touch some grass. And I'll see y'all in a little bit. Yay! Thanks, Faye. No, you won't touch grass? Oh, well, I can't help you there. I'm back. So I'm debating what I want to do for dinner. Because I have some food here, but like, I really want to not. I don't want to cook anything today. So like, I don't know. I don't know. Ah! Ah! I could get Wingstop, maybe. I love some chicken. I had Chipotle the other day. Wingstop sounds good. Or Zaxby's. I think I'm gonna do chicken. So do I do Chick-fil-A, Zaxby's, or Wingstop? That's the question. Chick-fil-A, Zaxby's, and Wingstop. Okay, Pancake says Chick-fil-A. Like one is Zaxby's. It's all fried. It's all chicken places. So never heard of it. You must not have it over there in England. In bloody England. No, don't ask that. Why did I automatically default to ask him that? Friendly hobbies ask. Go Chick-fil-A then? No Wingstop? Alright. I'm gonna go Chick-fil-A then. Checking on Dawn. And a Popeye's under construction. The Popeye's here is, it's, according to everyone else, has never been good. So. Sir, why did you just walk into my bathroom and talking to me?
Nobi.
Okay, over here sounds better. Yeah. Well, that's because over there, you guys got some more limitations on food and stuff. Here, there's no limitations on what they can put in our food, pretty much, so. I know about you, though. No. We'll give you residence key. More choice. Friendly. Small talk. Good to know. What's up? Yeah, no. So for tomorrow. Oh, I know, right, Sam. I'm super happy for tomorrow. How's work? Why do you keep calling me? But you're not. I got the new job. Oh, good. Hey, Whooping, how you doing? Ma'am, don't just leave that on the stove, ma'am! The gang's all here. Oh, that can be a fault. Also go ahead and harvest all. Right. Ability. I understand that, Zam. Job's gonna be a little bit like, no, but I don't think I will. Oh, this. I'm afraid it's not. She's resolved. Girl, I know you ain't talking. Why? Day's been great so far. I'm on my last hour for streaming for today. Or until I get too hungry, whatever comes first. Become best friends. I'm trying to be your best friend though! Okay then, I see how it is. I need to live stream for my job. Career. Live stream. Gotta go for friends. Ooh, nice! Have fun with that, Zam. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna end it here today. I've had enough of The Sims. And there's someone I want to raid. So. Oh, sorry, pause that. My bad. Thank you everyone for joining in today. Thank you to Nubia and Chair for the raid. Thank you to Kiyokuo. I probably fucked that up. For those gift subs. Thank you, Drew, for modding, like always. And thank you everyone for who's viewing, for taking your time out of the day to view my stream. We're gonna go raid my friend Gar. Give him a huge Noodle-Poodle welcome. As of now, everyone, the bakery is closed. Thank you.